should be live. Hopefully with a decent quality. Looks like we are indeed live. And in 1080p, which is nice. It's always nice to be in HD. Alright. Let's see. Still 51% Liberty Desire from Magdeburg. Is that who that is? Yeah, Magdeburg. Let's see. Who were we war against? Oh yeah, that's right. Bunch of little one province miners. 4 of them. Four, or some of the world's largest powers here. 2 of the top 3 world powers, or 3 of the 3 world powers in a war against 4 one province miners. Because why not? Because, you know, Austria is a douche waffle who decided that overkill was the best way to get the job done. Hold on, I have a Twitter account that I need to report. Yeah, I need to make sure I'm actually on the actual account page. This is taking a moment to load. Jesus Christ. Okay, finally. Report. Abusive adults. Submit. Block. Done. Job done. Because that's how I handle that nonsense. Okay. Boom. Job done. Okay, now I just need to... just notifying the Discord. Oops. It's the wrong chat. Error 1. Do. Oops. Just notifying the Discord. There we go. Job done. Alright. Okay. War. That isn't necessary. There's no reason I should be in this war. But we're here anyway. Thanks, Russia. Thanks, Austria. How much longer did the stream go after 6 a.m.? It's a good question. I don't think it lasted too much longer. I streamed for about 7.5, almost 8 hours in total. So I don't even think it lasted until 7 o'clock. Pretty sure I ended at like 6:40, probably. Somewhere around in there. So it wasn't too long. I got tired. Yeah. But how you doing today? How are things? Let's see. Only have 46%. I've completely forgotten what I need in order to actually do what I'm trying to do here. 50. Okay. Good. Oh, glad to hear that. As long as that's an honest answer, then I'm glad that things are going well. Still at 51%. Excuse you, mouse. If you could function as a normal mouse, that'd be cool. Thanks. Okay. Oh, just watched that tick down. Oh yeah, that enforced religion is going to be less of an issue as time passes. Yeah. Okay. Good. Oh, hello. Unsuitable recruits. Ugh. Gross. Lose 5,000 manpower? Come on, man. Jesus. All right, we fixed our economy at the end of the stream last night. Hell yeah, man. Killing it. Killing it. What does this want us to do? Have any manufacturing. Okay. So costs 426 to build a manufactory. Okay. Let's get rid of these, as they aren't necessary. There we go. Oh, he's sieging down my vassal. Okay. Head on over there and stop that from being a thing. Jesus. He's gone. Oh, he's headed this direction now. I really didn't want to participate in this war. And it doesn't look like I'm going to need to. Let's just put this army here. And that should be okay, I think. My brain is hardwired to wake up around 8 a.m. only on weekends. Every other time of the week I will sleep in. Man, yeah, no, I can't do something like that. Mornings are not meant for waking up, in my opinion. I honestly don't understand morning people. I don't understand how somebody can wake up early in the morning and be excited about life. Like, I just don't get it. I honestly don't understand. Like, when I wake up, I'm grumpy. Every time. I am just super grumpy. I don't want to be awake. I just want to go back to bed. I don't want to be awake. I don't know. This is right. Need to have a unit in the region. Wait, but where exactly is the region? Okay, so this is where the region starts. I wake up wanting to sleep more, but can't fall back asleep. Yeah. Yeah. That sucks. For me, it depends on a few things. Like, when I wake up, like, I don't move in my sleep, for instance. My body just physically won't do it. So I have to wake up to do something like roll over. I have to wake up to roll over, to, be comfortable again. But in those instances, I can pretty much fall back asleep instantaneously for the most part. And obviously, like any other person, occasionally I have to wake up to go use the bathroom. But, that's pretty much it. But if I do anything other than one of those two things, I can't fall back asleep either. I'm not gonna get access. I'm not gonna be able to get vision of this area, and it makes me sad. The Ottomans won't give me military access. Because I would love to just come down here and see what the hell is actually happening down here in the Horn of Africa. I want to see. Most of the time I wake up half frozen after kicking off blankets. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I'm actually kind of happy that I don't move in my sleep. It's because I'm still, like, I don't have to worry about situations like that, where I'm gonna wake up without my blanket and be cold. I don't have to worry about situations like that because I don't move in my sleep. So that's not an issue for me. The issue for me is that I have to wake up every 45 minutes or so to roll over to maintain my comfort. And then I have to fall back asleep. But like I said, most of the time, when that's all that's happening, I fall back asleep pretty much instantaneously. It's not really a problem in that instance for me. Fortunately. Because that would definitely suck. That being said, I have had other people pull the blankets off of me while I was sleeping. Which, that sucks too. Okay, we'll take this one now, because we're, far enough on Miltech that I'm, comfortable doing that. Okay. Makes sense. I thought so. I mean, I said it, so of course it makes sense. What is this notification? Oh, okay, just another person going live. Okay. Let's see. Do we have any missions we could conquer soon? Complete. We need this province specifically for this mission here, which will give us claims. I think I fell asleep within 20 minutes of saying I might fall asleep. Something like that. Yeah. I mean, at least you knew it was going to happen. Like, I wish that I could fall asleep. Like, I might actually just leave it at that. That might just be the end of the thought. Yeah, because it's not really a thing for me. Especially falling asleep at a time that actually makes sense to fall asleep at. It's it's just not a thing. It takes me a long time to to fall asleep, unfortunately. I just don't get tired, and my brain just keeps, going. Sadly, when I wish I was sleeping is when I normally have the best ideas. Like, it's when my deepest thoughts seem to happen. Is in the middle of the night when I should be sleeping. But I'm not, because insomnia. And I guess the constant turning of the gears is part of the insomnia, but yeah. It's, falling asleep is an art form. My best friend, he's one of those people that's basically capable of falling asleep at any time, at virtually any time, in virtually any place. You just fall asleep. And I'm not a very jealous person for the most part, but that is one thing that I am jealous of. I wish that I had even half that much ease in falling asleep. Your brain must triple the amount of thinking it does when you try to sleep. Something like that. My brain is firing super quickly all the time, but when I try to go to sleep, it just boots into hyperdrive. It's ridiculous. My brain just won't shut the fuck up. I just want it to stop so that I can go to bed, but it just doesn't. So I don't get much in the way of sleep, but it's fine. I've functioned this long, on an average of 2 hours of sleep every day. If I can survive 28, almost 29 years, at only about 2 hours, an average of about 2 hours of sleep a night, I think I'll be fine. Okay, well, this spy network is entirely useless anyway, so thanks a lot, game, for being a jerk. God. But yes, it does just sort of kick into hyperdrive. At night when I start, especially if I start thinking I should go to bed soon, then my brain is just like, oh, funny joke, and just sort of, it's like, hey, when was the last time we thought about this? I'll be trying to fall asleep, and then I'll have thoughts like, everyone says that Spain, namely Christopher Columbus, if it weren't for him, we never would have discovered America. But the fact of the matter is, he only went to explore in this direction, looking for India, because the Ottomans conquered the Byzantine Empire and banned Europe from the Indian spice trade. So, if the Ottomans had never done that, Portugal never would have gone around Africa. Spain never would have crossed the Atlantic to go looking for a new way to India, and thus would not have reached the Americas. So really, we should not be thinking Spain. We should be thanking the Ottoman Empire for the European discovery of the American continent. That's who is truly responsible. Because it was their act of banning in Europe from the spice trade that triggered that exploration. And that is a thought that I had while trying to fall asleep. brain be like, who needs 8 hours of sleep? If we cut that down by 6 hours, our productivity will go through the roof. Exactly. Exactly. Ooh, our economy. Beautiful. We're doing it. This war's not over yet? Come on. It's half the world against a couple of one province miners. I don't understand how this is still happening. What are you guys doing down here? Jesus. Figure it out, man. It's not that hard. Feel like he conquered Poland in less time. Because this war's been going since last stream. Like, this was going last night. Like, this is ridiculous. It shouldn't take this long to wipe out 4 one province miners. Yeah, those sorts of thoughts I have. And then because I'm me, instead of being like, oh, well, sure, and then just rolling over and trying to go to sleep again, I decide to tweet them. So my Twitter has quite a few just like thoughts that things that I had never really thought of before that just sort of popped into my brain while I was trying to go to sleep. My god, the Austrians were able to beat the mighty army of Switzerland? Oh, yeah. Yeah. They kicked their teeth in. And for whatever reason, when they declared that war on Switzerland, I mean, they have France as a junior partner. We need to be reminded of this. But they called in me, Spain, and Great Britain into that war just to beat Switzerland. Which was ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous that they called all of us in to beat Switzerland. Switzerland's not that strong. Like, it doesn't make sense to me that the AI, like, look at all these troops he has. He has 89,000 troops by himself. He has a subject here who has another 58,000. Look, just look at these numbers. Oh, well, never mind. The enemies literally have no armies now. That's why I said that about Switzerland, because they called so many people in. Yeah, well, it was... Oh, right, you were here when he declared that war. I'm pretty sure you were still awake. Yeah, that was ridiculous. Oh, looks like he's maybe connected this land too, unless this is Ulm. Okay, yeah, no. He connected... Oh, this is Ulm. He connected all of his lands here. Okay. Well. Whatever, he's my ally again, so... We won't be at war against him for a while yet, then, at least, so words are hard. So at least we got that going for us. At one point I was at 100 power projection. Excuse me. Makes me sad to see it only at 65. Anyway. Oh. Did Russia attack Denmark? Yeah, okay. If Austria wants Ulm, they will need to beef up their tiny army to beat the giant army of Ulm. Yes, definitely. Because everyone knows that Ulm is the most powerful nation on the map. Everyone knows that. It's just common knowledge. Magdeburgian Liberty Desire went back up again. Why are you a douche, Magdeburg? Why do you hate freedom? He asks the nation that isn't free. Okay, I'm at my land force limit. I don't know why I asked that question. Why do you, a not free nation, hate freedom? We all know the government of owns the world. Words are so hard. God damn, I'm struggling with words right now. Holy shit. Oh, finally this war is over. Are you kidding me? That only took 87 years? Jesus. Yo, Austria. Oh, the answer is actually yes. He'd be perfectly happy to... Alright, well, if you want to do overkill, let me just do a little overkill, huh? Let's do a little bit of overkill here. Because why the fuck not? Let's gain us some land here. Come here, army. There we go. It's a little bit of overkill, never killed any... Well, except for the people who were being overkilled, I guess. Oh my goodness. Hello? Jesus? Are you there, Jesus? Okay. Whoa, they sank a lot of my ships. Holy shit, most of them are gone. Wow, okay. That was... bad. I was gonna say hopefully France has a decent navy, but they only have a few coastal provinces. Because they don't have Normandy. Normandy is actually independent and allied to Scotland and the Papal State. Oh boy. Sounded like you said holy ship. Oh, man. That would have been good. That would have been really good. I didn't even see that as a joke. God damn it. I was talking yesterday about being a punny person, and God, I missed the best one. It was just right there, easy to grasp, and I missed it. Straight up whiffed. Sucks. Talked about it with me, exactly. Exactly. That's why I knew you would know about it. It's because I had that conversation with you. Yes, I know I'm discovering things. Like the Denmark's pussy. Oh, yeah, no, we already knew that. Wow, I should probably not say like things like that. I know people who live in Denmark and love it. I'm sure it's a wonderful place. It's just, you know, it's Denmark. Wow, for a little while there, his liberty desire was under 40 or 50%, but somehow being at war with my rival and winning is not enough to make my subject be like, maybe I shouldn't be an asshole. Like, bro, I already kicked your teeth in, and now I'm kicking in the teeth of somebody way stronger. So, why you being such a douche? You know I could kick your ass. Quit being a douche canoe. Jesus. It's so rude. The real question here is, how the hell am I gonna get onto the islands and over into Sweden? Because, I mean, well, maybe Russia will give me... Yeah, Russia will give military access. Sure. Oh, they were already giving it to Lithuania, apparently. I didn't need to ask for it. We already had it. Oh well. It's fine. What could possibly go wrong? So we're using another relationship slot. We're still making 6 Diplo points a month. It's fine. Is that Lubeck with 13,000 troops? You know what? It is 1549. Been here for 100 years. He has quantity ideas fully filled out. Wow. You know what? Those are great idea groups to take together. Holy shit. Can some people go around to Sweden, please? Thank you, Lithuania. I appreciate you. Whoa, hello. Look at all this. The 1 stack spam that's going on here. Holy cow. Austria actually has a fairly sizable fleet here that they're gonna send up to deal with this situation. Maybe we will be able to get onto the islands. That would be awesome. That would be incredible. Honestly, let's see. This is 4. They both have 4 siege pips. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Looks like the general of this army is literally one pip better than this one. Yeah. Just as an extra shock pip. So it's literally a 1 pip difference. Oh, wait a second. I could get over there now. Go, 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 go. Oh, of course it's on a monthly tick. Quickly before the gap closes. Oh, hello. That's 38 ships right there. Oh, god damn it. Oh, and of course the general died just then. Where did Austria's armies go, or navy go? Only 38 ships. Austria's navy. Yeah, Austria, we kind of need those ships again. We kind of need some assistance over here, man. I know 38 ships doesn't really seem like a lot, but I mean, well, it might seem like a few, but it's not that many. I mean, even I had like 28 or something like that. Now I'm down to only 8, but I had almost as many, but there are significantly more here now than there were before. Clearly they were, you know, hanging out in sea tiles that I couldn't see. 38 cogs versus 38 galleys is a bit of a difference. True. Let's see, this is 5 heavies, 1 light, 20 galleys. Mostly transports through all of that. Austria has 4 heavies, 2 lights, 23 galleys, 0 transport. Yeah. I feel like... maybe not. I was gonna say I feel like Austria's navy could win this, but probably not actually. Doesn't Denmark also have... like some... naval... they have morale of navies. Oops. No. Okay. Those really aren't all that great of national ideas, if I'm being totally honest. But I'm not a fan of the naval game. If I can avoid using the Navy, I will. I've noticed that AI fleets, if they have cogs, they make up 80% of the fleet. Yeah. Because the AI is programmed to want to move their armies around, so they build the cogs. A, they're cheaper, and B, they want to move the armies around. But the AI is also really dumb and doesn't really know how to move their armies around. When it comes to like naval invasions and stuff, the AI has always been incredibly bad at naval invasions, and it blows my mind that the AI in a game based on a time period where there was a lot of naval invasions happening, a lot of colonialism, you know, so many a naval invasion, and yet the game features AI that don't know how to do it properly. Blows my mind. See, which idea? We're 8 years ahead of time on this? Sure. Hello there. Hello, Wusader. How are you today? Ah, looks like people are going around. Austria finally decided that going around was the right idea. There's the Swedish army. Good. Well, glad to hear it. I saw that your kitties were born. They're really cute. Cute little kitties. Had Mexican for dinner. Nice. I had spaghetti. Which was decently okay. I mean, I made it, so it was good. Woo Kitty the Third is mine since I called dibs. Jesus, okay. Well. Is Woo Kitty the Third a boy or a girl this time? And I'm already thirsty again. No clue. She was born last night. Well, I mean, well, they were. I was just gonna say, well, you just called it a she, so... So that implies to me that you did know the gender, but... I mean, fair enough. They were just born last night. Yeah. Yawn. There's another thing there is people tend to commonly misunderstand. People think that yawning means you're tired, when really the reason you yawn is because you're not getting enough oxygen. So it's just your body's natural way of forcing you to get the oxygen that you're lacking. I yawn a lot, and it's because I don't breathe well. I take like really short, shallow breaths. So normally, I quite often take very short, shallow breaths. So, like, I end up yawning a lot. And I also use a lot of oxygen, like when I'm speaking. I use a lot of oxygen. Because it's just the way that I function. I don't know. This morning, my mom was like, "Ooh, Kitty looks less pregnant." And when I found the babies in one of the kids' toy boxes, I ran to her yelling, "I know why she's less pregnant." Hey, fair enough. Ooh, boom, printing press. Who done it? Who did the thing? Ugh. Oh, it's Bavaria. Okay, I'm okay with that. It wasn't Austria. Fuck you, Austria. That's how I feel about that. Okay. But it looks like it is going to spread through my land immediately, which is going to be nice. We only found out she was pregnant a week ago. Yeah, I know. You sent a message in the Discord saying she was pregnant. And it feels like it was only a couple days later when you were like, "Oh, she gave birth." It's like, that doesn't quite line up with the gestation period for cats. Which I believe is like 6 to 8 months or something like that. So yeah. I assumed she had been pregnant for a while. And y'all just didn't notice. Oh, whoa, look at all these discoveries. Hello. Shut up, Nightbot. Thought it was somebody important saying something. Jeezum. Nah, it was a 3-day pregnancy. I mean, from the outside looking in, that sort of is how it felt. This is only 3 days, man. I mean, I was told. And then just a couple days later, babies existed. I was like, man, that was the fastest birth ever. Like, like that. Excuse me, that was incredible. Alright, I was supposed to be saving for a... Oh my goodness. Wow, manufacturing. One of her babies is gray, and if they're a boy, they will be called Gibson. Okay. What's the reasoning behind calling the gray one Gibson? Her granduncle was named Gibson. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Although, I've always thought it was a little odd to name a pet after a relative. I mean, I can understand naming like a child, like a human child, after a relative. But I've always felt a little odd about naming pets after human relatives. I'm not sure why. I'm not fully sure, anyway, as to why I feel that way. But I just always have. Can people in my war siege this shit down instead of, you know, Russia sieging it down? I want to take things. Oh! Original Woo Kitty's brother. I thought you were talking about your mom's uncle. See? A dumb thing that I've said. Jesus. I don't know why I was thinking that it was your mom's uncle. We were very clearly sitting here talking about the cat. I don't know. I don't know why I was thinking we were suddenly talking about your mom. I don't know. I don't know, man. Don't ask me questions. I don't have answers. I know nobody asked me a question. I'm going insane, alright? Yeah, I'm going nuts. At least I feel like I'm going insane. Just out of curiosity, how much could I take from him in this war? An awful lot, honestly. I could take all of this and still be under 100%. Gibson walked out one day and never came back. Oh. Well, that's kind of sad. If we had 100% war score, I could take all of this. But we don't. And probably never will. We liked Wukidi more anyway. Whoa. Rude. Gibson had feelings too, you know. God. Just sitting here bashing on Gibson. He had feelings too. Favoritism much, right? Like, Jesus. That's just rude. Gibson peed on me. I'm allowed to be rude to him. You know what? Fair. As soon as a creature pees on you, I feel like you have every right to be a douche back to them. I don't know. Call me old-fashioned, but when I was growing up, if someone peed on me, I'd have punched him in the dick. All right, let's just get 100 or get a shit ton of money. That sounds nice. This is cloth, so we want a textile manufactory then. Boom. Work in progress. But yeah, that's the way it would have been. Oh. Crusader Gibson was just trying to mark territory. Yeah. Yeah, see, there you go. He was just trying to mark that was his way of telling you that he loved you. And then you were a dick. But also, you just got peed on, so I understand why you were a dick. It was pure love. Yes. Is 3 development worth 10 aggressive expansion? This is the question here. I don't think so. I would like to maximize the amount of territory I could take from Denmark in this war. Give up claims. Because aggressive expansion, I have quite a bit of aggressive expansion still with some people right down here. And I would like to maximize the amount of land that I take from Denmark in this war. So I don't know if it's actually worth 10 aggressive expansion to get 3 development in my capital, when that might be the difference between taking an entire province from Denmark. But how much aggressive expansion? Oh, never mind. I only have 19 aggressive expansion here, so I feel like this is actually worth it. And then we farm a little bit of prestige as well. And rivalry. There you go. Although I probably should have kept them in the war because they were a source of war score. Woo Kitty probably bullied them into leaving. Probably. Oh, there's a spider dangling from my roof. From your roof or your ceiling? There's a difference. trying to move this thing. Name it Frederick. Don't name the spider, then you won't want to kill it. Because we're humans and we can get attached to fucking anything. Because we're insane. But that's one of the things that separates us from, you know, every other species on this planet. Most creatures only think in terms of, can I eat that other creature? Like, am I going to be capable of killing that and consuming it? Whereas humans, like, we can get attached to virtually anything we want. Like, I can take this thing, for instance. It's just a little piece of rubber. I could take this thing, tell you its name is Steve, tear it like this, and a little piece of you dies. Because you forged an attachment to the thing. Gigi's watching over the kittens. That's a good girl, Gigi. It's a good little doggo. Stole that bit from a show. I did. It's from Community, actually. But it's accurate, so I use it. Because it's accurate. That show is also where my favorite line of all time comes from. My favorite line of all time is in the first episode of Community. And the line is, I learned a long time ago that if I speak for long enough, I can either... Wait, what the fuck was it? I learned a long time ago that if I talk for long enough, I can make anything true. So either I'm God or the truth is relative. This is one of my favorite lines. It is my favorite line of all time from a piece of digital media. It was fantastic. Not kill Frederick. They are a psychopath who hang from the ceilings. Yeah. Yeah, no, spiders suck. Humans have, like, been, like, biologically programmed to be afraid of spiders. Like, everything about them is freaky. They're little tiny things and sometimes really large things with lots of hair and lots of legs and, like, fangs and a shit ton of eyes. Like, everything about a spider is exactly like nightmare fuel for 97% of humanity. I don't like spiders, but I like ants. Like, I like spiders, but from a distance. I like their role that they play in the ecosystem. I would like them to stay outside and play that role. Don't come inside to my domain. You stay out there where you belong. If you come into my domain, you're asking to get squished. Feed ant hives, live spiders. I don't know about that. That being said, I had, when I was living in Washington with my mom, there was a spider in the window in the office. And there was a little hole in the windowsill. And the spider, like, made its nest. That's where it hid. It hid in that little hole. And it had a big web in the window, and it would, like, come out of its hole to wrap things up and drag them down into the hole to eat them, or more aptly, to drink them. I allowed that spider to continue to exist because it stayed in the window. It never left its little area. It never came into my area. It never walked on any of my stuff, at least when I was in the room. It was always in the window. So I let it live. It minded its own business, I minded mine. I fed an anthill a live larva. Thaniel says the best way to get rid of an anthill is actually to put grits. Like oatmeal or grits. Like on and around the anthill. Because the ants will then take it and they will feed it to their queen. And the way that oatmeal and grits both work is when water or some sort of fluid is introduced to it, it expands. So what happens is the queen eats it, it expands, it bursts her open, she dies, and then the colony dies. So it gets rid of the ants. So, and it made perfect sense to me. Like, that just makes perfect sense. Explosion of ant, yeah, basically, because the grits or the oatmeal will expand in its stomach, and it will literally just burst open. And it'll kill the ant. And just like with bees, if the queen dies, so does the whole colony. So, that's the same reason you're not supposed to throw rice at weddings with doves? Exactly. Yep. Because the birds will eat the rice, it will expand in their stomachs, and their stomachs will burst. That's exactly it. Yeah. What if I hate birds? Then you're a douche. Birds are fantastic. I love birds. Birds are incredible creatures, honestly. Man. I mean, I envy the pure freedom of birds. Go hunting. Well, I mean, it's fun. I'm not going to argue that point. I like some birds. Yeah, I like birds. I like watching. I like bird watching. I'm a big fan of looking at birds, but I have 40 chickens. Chicken is delicious, though, so there's that. It's a whole different ball game right there. Pigeons are thug birds, and I don't like them. Pigeons are fucking everywhere and annoying as shit. I lived in New York City for like 6 months, and let me just tell you, pigeons are assholes. All right, pigeons are just flying rats. They're awful, which is another thing that New York has a lot of. Rats. There's a lot of rats, and they're fucking huge. The rats in New York City are gigantic. They're fucking massive. Like, legitimately, there are rats in New York City that are the size of, like, possums. They're huge. It's delicious. That's why I have 8 that I killed in my freezer. Yeah, exactly. They're delicious. The chickens are. But yeah, there are rats in New York City that are fucking massive. Like, those things will jump, and they'll fucking jump out at you, too. It's insane. New York is a place for crazy people. It's absolute insanity. As far as cities go, it's alright, I guess. But I'm not really a city person. I'm not a huge fan of inner city life. Yeah. My favorite bird is probably cassowaries. Okay. I remember back in, God, what grade was I in? Third grade. We had to write like a report on a bird, a local bird that existed like in our local area that we lived in. And I did mine on the violet, was it the violet blue swallow or violet green? I think it was a violet green swallow or violet blue swallow. Maybe it was violet blue swallow. It was a swallow that had a violet color on it and another color that was either blue or green. And I decided that I loved that bird. So much so that the way that I actually, like, because at that point in my life, I still hadn't even learned to whistle. So I learned to whistle by imitating that bird's call. So now I can't whistle with like a hollow sound, like, 97% of humans when they whistle. My whistles are all very sharp and very loud. So I whistle like a bird instead of a human. I don't know, it's weird. The 40 chickens left are egg layers. They are only good for soup. Oh. Oof. They're evil ostriches. Yes. Oh, man. Okay, I don't think we're going to be able to get all the land from Denmark that we want. We're definitely not going to be able to take his capital. Probably not going to be able to take this. Probably not this either. How close are we? Right here. 23. Oh, that's a pretty big coalition, actually. Maybe we... I would like more than 3 provinces. This is a lot of work that I'm doing here. And by a lot of work that I'm doing, I mean a lot of work that my allies are doing. I do really like the fact that emus beat the Australian military. It wasn't the entire Australian military, okay? That's not how that happened. It was literally 4 dudes. Not the entire military. It was 4 guys. They did not legitimately have a war against emus. It was 4 dudes. Yes, 4 dudes with 5,000 bullets. That's all it was. It was 4 dudes. Not the entire Australian military. Birds that can't fly beat 4 men with machine guns. That's accurate information. Have I grabbed any of the New World? I'm Prussia, so no. No, I have not. I barely, well, I mean, I know a lot about the New World now because, just random fucking discoveries, but no. I'm not taking any of that. I'm Prussia. I personally have no interest in the New World.
Kissy!
Chia, what's up?
Hi.
How's it going, man?
Fucking up.
Look at the loss ratio. The Australian army lost 0. The Emu army lost 100. What are you on about? Lost hundreds.
To emos.
Yeah, I mean, it was 4 dudes trying to like eradicate the emu population. Yeah, it's just 4 dudes. 4 machine guns and a lot of bullets, and they only stopped because they ran out of bullets. If the emus wanted to, they could have ripped them apart. Probably. I mean, they're emus. Look at them. They can do whatever the fuck they want. I mean, if an emu came chasing you down, what would be the first thing you did? Let me answer that for you, because I know the legitimate answer, the truthful answer. The answer is shit your pants. That's that's what would happen.
I mean, I'm currently in my Jeep, so just accelerate, but...
Oh, well, I mean that's you while in your Jeep, but I was talking to Wu Sater there. I know you. You'd shit your pants, and then claim that you didn't. The war was ended because of the better fences. Yeah. Just build a taller fence, and emu is a flightless bird, man. Just build a taller fence.
Build the wall and make the emus pay for it?
I was just taking a drink of water when you said that. I almost just spewed it into my keyboard. Oh my god. What would they pay for it with? Fucking eggs?
Look, I didn't say it made a lot of I was just making...
I know, you were just making a joke. Oh, but then there's me who's like, okay, well, let's just roll with this idea. Like, what would they use? Oh, shit. Yeah, we discovered an agent spying on us. Evil assholes spying on us.
Hi, Juicy.
Hello. How you doing?
It's going.
Well, that's good. Decidedly better than the alternative.
Yeah. So everyone have car noises.
Vroom vroom. You can deal with it. I'm just gonna play a car noise on my stream deck. There you go. Have fun with that one. Boom. Nailed it. What?
I can make other car noises.
Not do that. No.
10 diplo power. Okay. Yeah.
You guys race this like 90s piece of crap stalker band. You know the type.
This? Oh, Estonia. What the... Discoveries are being spread and it's lagging my game. Stop it. I don't care. I don't care about the America's game. Stop.
I love it.
I don't care about that continent. Either one of them. And Prussia, it doesn't matter. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't exist.
The world would have been better off if we paid more attention to Prussia, but you know.
Well,
Throughout all of history.
I mean, Prussia hasn't. Oh God, I did. Prussia hasn't existed for. God, when the hell did Prussia stop being a thing? Wait, they aren't still a thing right now, are they? Like, as an independent nation. Prussia's not an independent nation at the moment, right? Like, they're not a...
Right, it's part of two different nations at the moment. Part of it would be in Germany, and part of it would be in Russia. And then Austria might also have a part of it.
Modern Europe map. I need to see this again. I don't remember the modern European map very well.
It changes too often.
Oh, this is entirely wrong. This still has Germany split into West Germany and East Germany. Like, they need to update their shit.
30 years.
That's not accurate anymore. Holy shit, it's part of 3 nations. Okay, yeah, it looks like it's part of, like, it's actually part of a handful of nations. It's part of Germany, Poland, Russia, Latvia, and Lithuania.
Austria.
Austria's too far south. So yeah. You know, I didn't think they still existed. Like, Jesus. That's... oh, right, the other thing I was gonna look up was when did they cease to exist? Jesus, come on. Come on, man, use your brain.
That's the fun factoid prior to 2016 that was relevant. Because prior to that year, the Cubs' last World Series win was before the fall of the Ottoman Empire.
Well, to be fair, the fall of the Ottoman Empire wasn't really all that long ago.
Yeah, the Cubs last won in 1908 prior to
Yeah.
2016.
So Prussia dissolved in November of 1918. So that was the last year Prussia was an independent nation. Yeah. I forgot what my point was initially now. Completely forgotten.
That happens.
Yeah, unfortunately. Also, hello, Jamie. Oh, I just threw up in my mouth a little.
That sounded disgusting.
Oh, it was disgusting. Oh my god. Ugh. Oh my god, I can take all of this? What? It's just gonna keep letting me take shit? Hello? Oh, this is a lot of aggressive expansion, actually. Maybe I shouldn't take all that.
That's awesome.
That was all of Europe that would have been like, actually, maybe you shouldn't do that.
We all object.
Yeah. They're like, maybe not.
Maybe.
Yeah, okay. But I can take all of this and 726 ducats. Bro, I'm actually okay with this peace deal. This is nice. I'll take this. I accept. Thank you, Austria, for winning that war for me.
Just your little minions doing the work for you.
I wouldn't say little minion. He's the most powerful nation in the world. He's huge. Wait, why does Oldenburg have the... Oh, whatever. Oldenburg's my vassal anyway. Fuck it, who cares? Alright, I should core this up, huh? Might make sense if I make it an integral part of my nation. Did just conquer it after all. Come on. Goddamn mouse. I need a mouse pad. That's what I need. I need to invest the like $4. What was that?
I don't even get the cheap ones anymore. I haven't seen the cheap ones in forever.
I don't know. I've never purchased a mouse pad ever. It's
Like an old abandoned or near abandoned, I suppose. Magic shop, you get a playmat.
You know, I was actually at I was actually at a magic shop looking at doing exactly that. Just like last week.
It's the exact same stuff.
Yeah, that was my thought exactly. I was standing there with my brother and we were both looking at the mat, we were like, that would actually make an excellent mouse pad. But for whatever reason, I didn't buy one. You know, like a dummy. I just bought a bunch of Magic cards and went home.
You've got to make sure that it's overly hypersexualized and anime.
Yeah, no, I'm not into that stuff anyway, so that's just not me.
Liar.
It's not lying, actually. That was 100% truthful. I don't like that stuff. I find it odd.
Who doesn't?
I think one of the weirdest things you could do is to cover your living space or your workspace with images of half-naked people. I feel like that's really weird. I mean, honestly, I'm more likely to, like, buy, like, a mouse pad that has, like, a picture of stars or something on it. You know, like a picture of the sky or something. Just because, you know, it's something I'm interested in. Something that I like seeing. I don't know. Maybe like the Aurora Borealis or something. Oh god, what have you sent me? Oh, you didn't. Okay, is it just in the meme channel? Oh, man. Good stuff. Need at least 50 to make this a core. Okay, now that was a link.
That was.
To something. I'm not sure what it is yet because it hasn't loaded. Ah.
Have a big kitty cat.
It is indeed a big kitty cat. Hello. Was that like a panther? Or a cougar? What kind of animal would that have been?
Being that it's set in the D&D universe, that's Gwen Wyver.
Oh, true. Yeah. Yeah, because I see that this is Dritz. The same character that, I forget the name of the video game that recently came out. The fuck was the name of that game? I don't remember, but he's the same character that game is based on. He's one of the main characters that you can play as. I don't remember the fucking name of the game now, though. Does anybody know what game I'm talking about? From the zero description of the game that you got? Game set in D&D universe. You play as a dark elf. Well, one of the options is a dark elf to dual wielding swords. Chick with a bow. A dwarf. Which is, you know, enough said. And the other person. Actually, I don't think there is another person. It's only the 3 people, right? Or no, there's 4. I don't remember. Words are hard. I don't know why I said that. Remembering things is hard. I don't remember things. Are you kidding me? That's what the internet exists for. I don't... I don't have to remember anything. That's not why I don't remember things. I don't remember things because I have a very shitty short-term memory. I smoked way too much pot as a teenager, and it fucked me up a little bit. Ooh, Funko Pop, huh? Let me just take a look-see at that. To see like little bits of Link that's in here. Oh, I love it.
I kind of need it.
I love it. And it's relatively inexpensive, which is nice too. I mean, more than I can justify paying for something, or something of that type, or variety. You know what I'm saying. I can't justify spending that money.
Discretionary income.
Huh?
Discretionary income.
Yeah, well, I mean...
Discretionary cash funds? I don't know, something like that.
I'm not entirely sure I even understand these words right now. I need to know what this means.
Discretionary.
I mean, discretion means like choosing, like making a decision. It's up to your discretion.
Indeed.
Discretionary. Apparently both are definitely terms. Discretionary income is the amount of income a household or individual has to invest, save, or spend after taxes and necessities. What are examples? This is... Okay. Can come out of picture... Okay, that didn't answer anything for me there.
TLDR, money after taxes and all other non...
Yeah.
Money you can use at your discretion on things and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I was taught to be a very fiscally responsible individual. I don't like spending money.
Okay. counter option? What was I looking for?
Counterpoint?
That might have been it. Okay, but counterpoint, it's a kitty cat Funko Pop.
It is. It's adorable, and I love it. I have a singular Funko Pop that I got as a gift for my mother for Christmas a couple years ago. It is a Dwight Schrute Funko Pop. And I love it.
Don't leave us hanging. Tell us which one.
It's Dwight Schrute from The Office.
Hence why I said, well, we're first to talk about it. Hence me saying I was going to say. I don't need to say it after you've already...
I'm lost. I like half zoned out, so I didn't even actually understand the words you were saying.
Do you need sleep, Juicy?
That was totally a me issue. It was not your problem at all. It was entirely mine. I take full responsibility for my lack of understanding. I actually really like this. This is getting downloaded instantly. That's great. I like that one. That was good. Okay. Let's see. No, I need the Diplotech. Do I, though?
Ain't nobody needs Duplos.
No, Diplotech, not Duplos. Come on, man. Don't get me misconstrued. Excuse me. Jesus. I'm apparently very gassy tonight. What the hell? So sorry.
Are you though? Well, go ahead and explain which one you laugh at.
Oh, god damn it. Okay. I'll just it's
The Gallagher one.
yes. He's like laying there in like the I don't even know how to describe this pose, honestly. And
With his knee bent at his other kneecap, kind of suggestively, laying on his side.
mm-hmm.
Kind of like the Captain Morgan's guy, but on his side and no barrel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly like that. And it says, what do a nearsighted gynecologist and a puppy have in common? A wet nose. And it's a picture of him running away. This is funny. Yeah. We've come across a lot of funny stuff today. It was great. And stuff that I didn't even think was going to be funny. Like I saw a clip of it was a few years ago. Elon Musk was on Joe Rogan's podcast, and they were sitting there drinking whiskey and smoking a joint. And for whatever reason, the sight of Elon Musk smoking a joint just I found hilarious. Like, I found that to be hilarious for some reason. A glass of whiskey in one hand, a joint in the other, and he's sitting there talking about I don't even remember what the hell the topic was. Like, but it was for whatever reason that struck me as funny. I guess because it was just like unexpected. Like, I wasn't expecting Elon Musk to smoke pot. So it just kind of caught me off guard, and I thought it was hilarious. Oh man, okay. What am I doing with these? Proof with allies. There we go. Then we're at least using 2 of our 3 diplomats. But there we go. Now we own, I believe... No, modern day Denmark does come out to here, right? Like, they own these islands out here. I don't want to have to look at the map again. And I feel like an idiot every time I have to Google this. I'm like, dude, I should know what Europe looks like. It should not be this difficult for me to just remember where the borders are. I'm pretty yeah, because this is still their capital. What am I even fucking questioning here? I don't know what the hell I'm just Jesus. I'm not Jesus. That sentence was put together very incorrectly. It was a whole lot of incomplete thoughts, all in one sentence, so please disregard the entirety of the sentence. Because it was just nonsense. It was a bunch of incomplete, incoherent nonsense. Oh, it's chubby Pikachu. Honestly, I miss fat Pikachu.
That's my chubby fat Pikachu.
It's adorable. It's also a very nice looking card. I like that quite a bit. Oh, come on, game, really? Rude. Game's being mean to me. Fine, Lithuania, I'll give you 67 ducats. Just get out of my face. Oh, man. Let's see, where can I build a manufactory where it would actually make sense? Right there. That was my decision. Deal with it. This is just the way it's gonna be. Accept it and move on with your life. Damn, I can't get over 30. Oof. What? Oh, this should probably be the one in... Yeah, okay, cool. Cool. Ooh. A little bit of water just came back up out of my cup and into my eyeball. Hate it when that happens. Cause gravity. You know, physics and shit. You know what made me sad that I didn't think about for years until today? Like, when I was living in Wyoming, I was living in Casper, Wyoming.
There were so many inappropriate answers I could have given there.
Anyway, I was living in Casper, Wyoming, and at the time I worked at a Taco John's. And
motherfucker gonna mention Taco John's.
Oh, it was so good.
Oh,
what, you like Taco John's?
Yes, I love it.
It's so good, honestly. I love Taco. It's more expensive than Taco Bell, but it's much higher quality, and it's worth it.
And the potato Olays.
Oh, it's so good. Anyway.
Super potato Olays. And the super potato Olays.
Yeah, which is literally the potato Olays, but bigger.
No.
And with a few more ingredients.
Yeah, I was going to say, some more ingredients, like baked beans, not baked beans, but refried beans, cheese, sour cream, if that's your thing.
Yeah. It's really good. But anyway, I had a coworker who was an 18-year-old. He was a senior in high school. And he's the reason that I ended up learning that different regions teach different things dependent upon what the major industry in the region is. Because he had no idea what a supernova was. He had no idea whatsoever. He thought it was a car. And it made me sad that an 18-year-old that I had to explain at a Taco John's to an 18-year-old what a supernova was. And that made me really sad. But also excited to see the look on his face when he got excited about the concept. Which is why it makes me sad that he didn't know it before. Because, like, he was robbed of previously being able to get that excited and then go and learn about it when, you know, he was younger and have more time to learn and to get excited about anything, honestly. But he had no idea what a supernova was, which made me incredibly sad. Because, like, in Washington State, where I was born, because this is how I learned that, like, different regions teach different things based upon the major industry of the region. Like, in Washington State, they teach a lot, of, like, different sciences, like physics and, like, astrology, astronomy, yada, 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 yada. Any stuff having to do with space and normal sciences, because the major industries of the area are, like, aerospace technologies. That's the number one, like, money maker in the region. However, in Texas, we learn a lot about slavery. Oh my god. Anyway, like, in Wyoming, where this guy grew up, the major industries are, well, mostly people end up working on oil rigs. Like, that's the number one thing they do. They end up as farmers or they work on oil rigs. So they teach mostly geology. That's like pretty much the only branch of science that they go in depth in the state of Wyoming, in the public education system. And it blew my mind that at 18 years old he had no idea what a supernova was, because I knew what a supernova was when I was like 7. So it blew my mind that he had no idea what the fuck it was. He was legally an adult and didn't know. He had never been taught what a supernova is. And it made me sad.
So, 2 quick counterpoints. One,
one of the counterpoints is the Wikipedia page you just sent me.
The Boeing employee.
Is this the guy that died?
Yes.
Yeah, the reason that they made it illegal in the state?
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know all about that guy. I didn't know he was a Boeing employee, though.
And second counterpoint.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, that's the name of the team's high school football team.
Yeah. Yeah, that's rough.
For those curious, look up Robstown football, Texas.
Yeah, that's rough. But yeah, anyway, there are regional differences in the typical education, the typical topics taught in public education. It's taught a little different regionally. Like, when I was in high school in Minnesota, for instance, like, most of the sciences we learned some geology, but it was mostly biology and stuff having to do with wildlife, because that's the number one source of income for the state, is, like, hunting and fishing licenses and stuff having to do with, you know, the wildlife of the region, nature, the nature of the area. So that's what they taught us, mostly. That being said, I also took an intro to engineering course, which was a fucking blast. I loved that class. But yeah, and they teach like a lot of hands-on stuff because a lot of people in Minnesota apparently tend to go into manual labor jobs. Instead of, you know, I don't know what I would call the other jobs. Like,
I mean, I wouldn't say that we're Silicon Valley or anything, but you have your Iron Range workers, you have a lot of farm workers, but then you also have like the entire contest industry is based out of Minnesota mostly. So you got like the cereal whatnot. Send 10 coupons clipped from boxes to smooth. I think it's like Maple Grove that's the most frequent. But also, I mean, there is some tech jobs. There's a lot of agricultural, especially the more north you go.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and last night, I had a short argument with Wusader here. All right, I'm going to bring this up since you're here. Wusader was arguing because I used the term hot dish, and he told me I was wrong.
It's tater tot hot, dude.
I used the term hot dish, and he was like, "No, it's a casserole." So I was trying to explain to him that it's the same thing.
It is a casserole, but no, it's tater tot hot dish.
Indeed. Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was our argument. Like it's the same. There's nothing different about the way it's made or anything. It's exactly the same thing. They just have a different term for it. Like apparently in Minnesota they don't play duck duck goose either. They play like duck duck gray duck or whatever the fuck.
Damn right it is gray duck. The idea being that you go around and say different colored ducks, so purple duck, yellow duck, blue duck, green duck, teaches the kids to learn different colors than just duck, duck, goose.
Fair enough.
And then the gray duck gets chased.
That makes a lot more sense to me when it gets explained that way. That makes a lot of sense as to why they do that. It's a casserole. You weird. That's not the term for Minnesotans at all. Just had to make it wrong.
Very, very, very wrong.
No, it's a fucking hot dish. It's the same food. There's nothing different about the ingredients or even the way it's made. Nothing. It's exactly the same. It's just named correctly. In Minnesota. Wait, really? Just from this title? Out of this whole thing, the thing that would surprise me the most would be North Dakota being on that list. Holy shit, okay. Wow. According to this map, just looking at this map here, Minnesota's like a fucking beacon. I mean, that's where I got my degrees, was in Minnesota, so. Degrees plural, you know, the 4 of them. Huh. Tomorrow I'm having bacon, eggs, fried potatoes, and some type of bread for dinner. What do you mean, some type of bread?
Pierogies.
Did you say pierogies?
I did.
I fucking love pierogies. I've been wanting pierogies for a long time, but I don't actually... I've never made homemade pierogies. And I'm terrified that I'm going to somehow manage to fuck up probably the most simple thing anyone could ever make. So, I don't know... I don't actually know how to make them from scratch. Because I've never done it. But I love pierogies. They're fucking delicious. What is this that I'm looking at here?
There's always Mrs. T's.
9 hours ago. What is some poor people food that you will eat no matter how wealthy you get? Pierogi. Would certainly eviscerate a pierogi. Bruh, me too. Oh, man. It's a lot of work to make it. It seems like it would be really easy. My mom's ex-husband used to make them from scratch all the time.
I wouldn't say that it's extremely hard to make, just that it's an involved process.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I remember it
is
taking him a
shell.
considerable amount of time.
Like after you make the shell, you gotta. That's like a 12-hour process to let it sit, and then you fill them, and then you boil them, and then you fry them.
Okay. So it just takes a good damn long time. And you gotta pay attention to it. Okay. That all makes sense. Ow, Jesus. Acid reflux is kicking my ass.
Anytime I was up where the grandma or that side of the family, there was always like 12 dozen made each day.
Right? Fucking love pierogies. Suggested we have breakfast for dinner, and my mom said we usually have a bread option. I don't know what she's doing. I don't know, man. I mean, let's see. What were the other things you listed? Bacon, eggs, fried potatoes. I mean, you could just like make. You could put those on like a. I mean, you could put the. God fucking. I'm having a really rough time with words tonight. Jesus Christ. You could put that stuff on like bagels or like a croissant.
To be honest, it sounds like a good pierogi filling.
It would be. But I don't think his mom knows how to make pierogies.
Why not?
I don't know why she would. If I'm being totally honest.
Dude, pierogies are a staple for all American moms.
Pierogies are delicious and one of my favorite foods.
If you're an American mom, I mean, I don't even know what to tell you. Like,
Shot your dad's bow last week? Oh, how'd you like that? Fucking love archery.
What?
What?
No.
What?
Okay, listen. If you don't know how to bake a pierogi, you're not really an American.
I was literally just talking about how I don't know how to make pierogies.
Okay, then you're not American. And you
I'm not. I was born in Olympia, Washington.
I'm just so
and
I'm actually streaming as well right now.
Have
just so
only ever been outside of the country for a total of about 45 minutes.
No way.
Yeah.
And yet you're still not an American.
Yep. Well, okay, I was outside of the country for longer than that. I accidentally wandered into Canada once.
Accidentally.
I was up in northern Minnesota on a hunting trip and ended up
Accidentally crossed that long
in
straight
Minnesota,
line.
or ended up in Canada on accident. It was the middle of the woods. We didn't realize we were crossing a border.
It's huge. Like,
We should put a wall between us and Canada.
Oh my God, what are we gonna make Canada pay for it?
We'll call it the Niagara Wall.
No, we're gonna make Mexico pay for that one too.
Yeah. Actually, I was thinking China.
there's a good, like, 50-foot gap between both countries where, like, in a straight line across the U.S. There's a huge gap at every border. Like, they've even chopped down the trees so that there's a huge clearing between the two countries. Having said that, I too have been in the northwest boundaries, so I get it. But...
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it was a thing that happened.
I'm streaming right now, Juicy, just so you know.
Okay, how's your stream going?
I don't know, I just started.
Oh,
I
okay.
came in here to shamelessly steal content from you.
Well, you're welcome.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Anytime.
I don't need to buy bots. I just go into your Discord. And you are the content farm.
You're welcome.
You probably crossed over where America has our little tip in Canada.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was all the fucking way up there.
This is your favorite drink.
And I'm not even entirely sure why we were all the way up there, if I'm being totally honest. I don't even remember whose idea it was, but I complained about it the entire trip up there. I was like, this is such a long drive.
I'm gonna get an A&W sponsorship someday.
You're gonna get an A&W sponsorship?
Yeah, I want an A&W sponsorship. I want them to send free soda.
I would fucking love that. That would be incredible. I have tried many times to plead to Wendy's and tell them that they need to sponsor me. Dude, I fucking love Wendy's.
I think you have enough followers, but I don't know if you have enough active viewers.
Yeah,
You have a good stream.
Well, thank you.
Right. You have like a proper mic. I have a Yeti Blue that sits on a hot pad to minimize the
I do indeed have a proper mic, and I love it.
The vibrations.
Telling my mom that she's no longer an American mom. Oh,
have
well,
you heard of Planet Side 2?
My mom makes a killer banana bread, though. Does that count? Dude, banana bread is fantastic. You've never had Wendy's? Go to Wendy's.
What?
Go to fucking Wendy's. There's one right down the road. Go to fucking Wendy's. You don't live that far from a Wendy's, Wusader. You really don't. I know it is. He lives in the same town I do. I know where the closest one is to you.
Whoa.
Go there. It's amazing. Wendy's is fantastic.
He's ranting about how fantastic Wendy's is.
It's so good.
What's the optimal thing you get at Wendy's, though?
Anything. It's incredible.
Anything at Wendy's.
Anything is incredible.
What's up, Grim Falcon? Thanks for the raid. 5 whole
They-
people.
They
Hey, much appreciated, my dude.
they used to have a sandwich.
You guys gonna watch me just die over and over again. Actually, I think I just loaded the wrong save.
They
Meow. How's it
used
going?
to have a
It's
sandwich
going
that had
pretty good,
onion
Grim
rings
Falcon.
on it
How are you,
and
Gatan
barbecue sauce and
Naran?
bacon, and
Gatan Naran,
it was
huh? Am I saying
incredible.
that right? I don't know if I'm saying that right.
Probably
Some of
not.
my viewers are used to watching Death LMAO. I have been. Oh yeah, I looked the wrong thing. I have been right here.
We on other sides of
It's actually
town.
not
I
the
know
same
we're
spot.
I know we're on other sides
the
of
actual
town.
Official save. I had one point in here where I had to run a retaliation mission with 3 soldiers, and one of them was a rookie. So a sniper, a grenadier, and a rookie, and that was hell. That was barely possible.
Just go to Wendy's,
The
Wusader.
only
I
reason
promise
I
you.
survived it was because I had a magnetic rifle.
You will
on my
not be
rookie.
disappointed.
That's the only reason. Oh, I forgot I had a mission.
I promise you,
Okay.
Wusader, you will not be disappointed by Wendy's.
I'm gonna deafen myself in your Discord for a hot minute
So
here.
good.
Oops.
Okay. It's so good. So good. I actually just went there the other day. Just a couple days ago. Yes? I'm pretty sure they have chicken nuggets. I know they have chicken sandwiches. But honestly, if you order a chicken sandwich from Wendy's, you're robbing yourself of their amazing beef. So... I definitely suggest getting a sandwich, like a burger. Oh, but you said you don't really like burgers. That was you, right? Was that you that said you didn't really like burgers, Crusader? I don't remember. I have a lot of people. I have a friend who puts fucking tuna in his oatmeal, so I'm used to hearing people say off the wall fucking shit about food and what they think is good and what's not. I also have a sister who doesn't like peanut butter. I don't know how that happened. Ugh. I don't like burgers. Oatmeal is disgusting. I don't like peanut butter. You are not human. What is your... What are you? What creature are you? This thing is literally just called parallel watermelon. What the... Why is it called... Oh, water ton. Oh my god. I don't know why I read that as watermelon. I also don't like pasta. What do you eat? You've just ruled out 4 of the greatest things mankind has ever created. Burgers, oatmeal, peanut butter, and pasta. Like, how do you not like any of those? It's incredible. All of those things are incredible. Oh, shit. Then how the fuck did we end up in... Or maybe we're just dumb. Because we accidentally ended up in Canada. So maybe I'm just dumb, and they went there on purpose, and I just happened to follow. Why is there a slash? Perhaps you thought the border between... Jesus, okay.
Kind of a fun fact.
Interesting. This is very interesting, actually.
20 feet slash between the U.S. and Canada, all the way from the eastern seaboard through to Alaska.
So then how the fuck did we end up in Canada? I mean, honestly, the easiest way to get me to not notice something is to get me deeply embroiled in a conversation. So maybe they knew what they were doing and didn't want me to panic or freak out or do something dumb or something, so... I don't fucking know, dude. Because if I get deep enough into a conversation, I will literally not notice anything. It's bad. I know this about myself, and yeah. I don't know. fuck! I'm Protestant, but got called in on the Catholic side of the fucking religious war. I guess I'm fighting for the Catholics in the War of the Protestant League. Woot woot. Jesus Christ. Most visitors. Jesus. Yeah. I noticed nothing, apparently. I just remember being in Minnesota at one point, and then suddenly realizing that I'm not in Minnesota anymore. That's most of the memory, honestly. I don't remember whose fucking idea it was to go all the fucking way up there anyway. We didn't need to go all the way up there. We had perfectly good fucking hunting grounds near where we lived. Like, at the time, I lived in Pequot Lakes. Like, I actually really like that area. It's really nice. Fairly secluded. I'm a fan. Good old Pequot Lakes, Minnesota. It's where I went to high school. In my boring ass high school in the middle of nowhere.
Hey now, that's by Brainerd, don't you know?
It is by Brainerd. That's entirely correct. That's where I went to middle school.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Realize that I'm doing this mostly to annoy chat.
Yeah. I know. Oh, man. I don't think anybody in the chat's paying attention. If anybody's paying attention, say something. Pay attention. No? Okay. Nobody's paying attention.
Shower.
What? Did you say shout? I mean, it's midnight and I live in an apartment complex. I'm not shouting. I'm not trying to get any noise complaints.
Who said you were?
Jeez, Oh, I thought you were telling me to shout. I was saying I'm not shouting. I'm not gonna yell at anybody. I might yell at you for suggesting such a thing.
I said shower.
Oh, what does that have to do with anything? What is a
You
shower?
said that people weren't paying attention. I said I'm in the shower.
Oh. Trying to catch their attention. Got it. Oh, I know how to get Crusader's attention. Batman is not a murderer. He claimed that Batman is a mass murderer. Nothing. Whoa. At least not yet. Holy shit. Woo, kitty. Nothing's working. I think he might have died. That's the only explanation as to why he wouldn't have responded to at least his cat's name. It's because he died. It's the only logical explanation. There's no other reason. None. He couldn't have possibly fallen asleep or anything like that. It's not even possible. People don't sleep. Oh god, what is this fucking Twitter notification that I just got? If this is another fucking half-naked woman that I didn't want to see, I'm gonna be real upset. Fucking is. Get out of here. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know why Twitter does that. You load the fucking Twitter app on your phone once and suddenly it's like, you want to see tits, right? No. That's not what I want. I report every single one of those every one of those accounts that I see. I report, not record. That's not even a word. I report them because it's against Twitch. God damn it, Twitter TOS. Holy fuck, dude. I can't words. The English language is not something that I am capable of commanding proficiently, apparently. Which is odd. I took linguistics courses in college. But I can't use language effectively, apparently. I'm incapable. Oh my god. Oh, did Venice just peace out? Nice. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, who all is in this war now? On the other side. Oh, a lot of people still, actually.
Was it enough notifications, or should I hit you up with some more?
Oh, did you just send me more? Oh boy. Where? Linus and Sparky? I don't know that I understand what that means.
You were saying about cat names.
Oh.
I meant Twitter notifications, but yeah.
Oh, did you do something on Twitter? I haven't got any notifications on my phone. I'm telling you, like, I legitimately only ever get, like, notifications on my phone from people that I'm not following, and it's always women that are either completely naked, half naked, or, like, videos of them masturbating. And none of this is stuff that I want.
Well,
You liked 23 of my tweets. Holy shit. That is a lot.
I was hoping you would give me actual notifications to spoil your phone, but
God, it would have been nice if it would actually give me real notifications. But God forbid it does something that makes sense. You know, It's like, oh, he's a guy. Clearly, the only thing he wants to see is boobs.
I mean,
Wait, it's simply not accurate. I mean, sure, I like boobs as much as the next guy, but it's not the only thing I want to see. I don't even care that much. Like, it doesn't matter. They're just boobs. If I want to see them, I'll look them up myself. Like, like, there's so many other ways for me to see them if I want to. Twitter is not the place for that. Twitter is simply a place that I go to so that I can see what people... I mean, it's mostly I use it as a... just, you know, I tweet when I go live. And I only really started doing that because you got on me about not shilling enough. So that's when I started tweeting every time I go live.
was I wrong?
No, you're not wrong at all. I know you're not wrong. And I know that I could do even more than I do now, but I'm really bad at it. Like, I don't like getting... because I feel like I'm getting up in people's faces, and I don't like feeling like that. Even though I know that that's basically what you have to do, especially in this day and age when the market of the thing that I'm doing is so heavily saturated. Like, you pretty much have to just to get any sort of recognition. And it sucks because I hate doing it. It's like I still refuse to use clickbaity titles on my YouTube videos. Even though I know that's basically something, or pretty much something that I'm going to, or that I have to do if I really want anything to happen with my YouTube. But I refuse to do it. Because it's disingenuous. It's not what I want to be creating. And if I'm not enjoying what I'm creating, how are other people going to enjoy it? You can't enjoy something if the person who made it doesn't even enjoy it.
I mean, you don't have to do that, but it doesn't lead to as much exposure as you could. I mean, the podcast that I'm on, which by the way starts recording again, and we're coming up on episode 200 and get a solid 1,000 downloads a week. So we don't use clickbaity titles. It's just name of the podcast, episode number.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like my point is that with that, sticking to that, it takes significantly longer and you grow significantly slower. But the positive side to that, at least in my opinion, is A, I'm being honest. Like, I'm just doing the thing. And B, that means that the people who come, who find the channel and stick around are there because they actually enjoy it versus, like, they just got baited by a title. Or, like, a thumbnail. Like, a lot of people will use really off-the-wall fucking thumbnails, and that bothers me, too. Because I'm like, they'll use a thumbnail, but the images in the thumbnail will have virtually nothing to do with the video that they've made. And that bothers me, because it's straight up lying. Like, that is not the video that you've created. You're lying to the to the people. Like... Which is why, like, my thumbnails, either I literally have no thumbnail, so it's just literally a screenshot from whatever the video is, or it's literally art from the game or movie, and, because, like, the film reviews, so it's, like, literally art from, like, the movie reviews, the thumbnail is literally art from the, like, the like a poster from the movie that we're reviewing. And like for the gaming stuff, it's literally just like art that that has been made for like posters and like game covers and yada yada yada. With just the name of the thing and the episode number. Although I'll admit, in some titles, I do put, like, a thing that happened in the video. Or, like, a thing that was said in the video. But it's not... Nothing in any of my titles has ever been disingenuous. There are a few there are a few actually titles for videos that I'm surprised YouTube let me put them in as titles. Because I talk about a lot of weird shit, as you know, when I'm, doing my content creation thing. And especially, I have a fairly short Farming Simulator 19 series that I did with my buddy Trex. And we talked about a lot of off-the-wall shit. But it was mostly grounded in real life, talking about history and science and the potential of alien life. So, but a lot of weird shit was in there. A lot of weird shit. Because we're both crazy. Fucking crazy people. And we have weird thoughts. At least apparently people tend to think that a lot of my thoughts are weird. I personally don't feel like they're weird, but, I'm a crazy person. So there's that. Oh my god, excuse me again. Holy shit. Oh, they're not even in this war anymore. Why am I still sat here? As if I'm sieging down their province. Even though I'm not. Okay. Yeah, I'll just leave that to back there. It's fine. I had almost forgotten I was even at war. When can I click this again, by the way? Oh, not for 3 years? Shit. Okay. Barracks. Manufactory is the thing in Sternberg. Okay. Cool. Okay. I said okay. Alright, Nuremberg is out. That's right, get bent, Nuremberg. Get fucked. I had nothing to do with that. Wait, who sieged this down? Oh, fucking Austria, of course. And you know what? They're probably gonna fucking take it too. Who's actually the leader? Lubeck is the leader on that side. Okay. Good to know. Jesus Christ, there's so many people on our side of this war. I'm just gonna leave this running, let time fucking tick. As I look at this notification. Oh, that's a pretty nice looking graph for the most part. That's pretty nice. Looks way better than my graph, that's for sure. Yeah. Alright. There's some decent numbers you guys are putting up. I'm happy to see that it's doing so well.
Well,
What?
I said, well.
What do you mean? This is way better than the numbers I put up.
No, they're good numbers. We're putting an end to it. We're coming up on episode 200, and that's a nice round-ish number to end.
Oh, you're ending it. But why?
Gotta sort some personal crap out.
Okay, well, fair enough.
Clean up all of my mess. Get everything all organized, be an adult.
Being an adult's not fun, though.
It's really not.
No. Really makes you miss being a child, actually. You're like, God damn it, I wasted my youth. Worrying about shit. Fucking teenagers are dumb. Alright? I'm gonna say it right here, live on the internet. Teenagers are dumb. You have, like, no responsibilities. You can do whatever the fuck you want. You're young, so you're still physically capable of doing whatever the fuck you want. Enjoy the time instead of worrying about what everybody fucking thinks about you. Stop. Stop being an idiot. Just quit it. Quit being dumb. Dumbass teenagers. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it doesn't even matter what other people fucking think of you. The only person that has to live with you at the end of the day is you. Everyone else is perfectly capable of walking out the fucking door. You're the only person who has to deal with you every moment of your entire life. Make you happy, not everyone else. Fuck them. And that's how I feel about it. Do what makes you happy. Have fun. Enjoy the time that you have here. Because you think about the average lifespan of a human being on this planet, it's about mid-70s for the most part. In most nations, it's around like mid-70s. Well, worldwide, I believe it's about mid-70s. Here in America, it's like, what, 76, 77, something like that. Like, that seems like a long time. But it really isn't. I very clearly remember my 5th birthday like it was fucking yesterday. And sometimes it feels like it was fucking yesterday. Like, time goes by so goddamn fast. Most people don't actually stop to, like, appreciate what's happening as it's happening. They just waste it. Stop wasting it. Stop living for next year and live for now. Right now. Right in the moment. Live in the moment, always.
So is this where I interrupt and say, so about that license?
Hey man, I'm doing the best I can. We're trying to work out the ID stuff at the moment. So
easy of a layup, I'm sorry.
we printed off a I'm forgetting the word for some reason. Jesus fuck. Printed off a dealy bob from PayPal that has my address on it. We're hoping that can be used as as a document that can like count towards like proof of residency. The problem is that it doesn't actually have my name on it. It has my channel name on it. So even if it would technically count, I'm not sure that it will because it doesn't have my legal name on it. So I'm not sure if that'll work. I mean, like I said though earlier, worst come to worst, I could literally just make another PayPal account using my legal name.
Bank account stuff?
Yeah, I don't have a actual bank account. I just have a PayPal account.
Time to get a bank account.
Yeah, but having a bank account requires consistent income so that you can consistently put money in it so they don't close it down. And the problem with that is I can't get consistent income because I don't have an ID, so I can't actually get a job.
I once kept one open for like 2 years with pocket change.
Really? That's impressive, actually. I'm impressed by that. Because, like...
It was a credit union.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It was a free bank account. It was like a free account at a credit union. You just had, I had to have like a balance of like $5, and I literally only had to deposit like 5 cents a month, and it just showed activity.
Okay. I might look into something like that for the short term then, at the very least. Because I'm not sure that the thing from PayPal is even going to work.
Yeah, or just look into one that's like give you like a bonus for opening it.
Mm-hmm.
And you keep it.
Yeah. You're right. I should do that. The problem is that I'm not sure that there's really any like banks around my area that would do that, like that I personally can easily get to. Oh shit, when did Trebles spawn up there? Cause like currently the only way that I can really get around is if either my dad drives me or I use his car, which he doesn't want me just taking the car to go do random stuff. Which I get that this isn't just a random thing, it's a actually important thing. But, you know, having something close by would be incredibly beneficial to someone like me who does not own their own vehicle. And I was having this conversation with my dad earlier. I don't like using cards to pay for things. Like, it just feels wrong. And like it's so easy when you just use a card to just blow all your money.
Sure.
Whereas like I prefer to handle physical cash because then I literally see the amount of money that I'm handing over, and I can see all of my money in my wallet slowly disappearing. So it prevents me from spending money on ridiculous bullshit.
Having one open would allow you
Yes.
to get a statement at least.
Yes.
Now, it'd probably be paperless, but you can print off the statement.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I should have a fucking bank account. I don't like banks. When I was living in Pequot, there was just like a little local bank, and I used that one. But obviously, that little local bank doesn't exist out here, so I don't like big banks.
And you might check the link I just sent you.
What is this? Chamber. Okay. While that loads, I can continue unsieging my province here. Okay, so what exactly is this? Oh, this is literally a list of banks and credit unions.
In your area.
Okay, well this is nice, thank you. That makes that makes that easy. Now I know.
Eeny, miny, this one.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Because you're absolutely right. I do need a bank account. I mean, it'd just be a good thing to have anyway, to be quite honest. It'd be a lot easier for people to... It'd be a lot easier for me to send people money and for people to send money to me, because my dad has to send me money when I do actually go door dashing. Because I use his account to go door dashing because I don't have a valid license. So yeah. So last time he ended up going through my Twitch channel to send me the money. He just clicked my donate link. Which he of course complained about because he was like, of course you gotta make this as difficult as possible. Like, what's difficult about it? You click the button, you punch in a number, you click another button, it's done. It's not that hard. Because he was going on about that being difficult, but yet he was telling me that I should try to link it to my link the PayPal to my fucking Facebook. Like, no, it's even more complicated, and also not possible apparently. I mean, it is possible, but it kept telling me that my PayPal card is like expired, even though it's brand new. And it wouldn't let me just log in with my PayPal account. It expressly told me, like, we need the card number. I was like, okay, that's dumb, but okay. And it kept telling me that my card is expired, even though I had literally just gotten it a week before and used it literally that day. So it was most certainly not expired. Okay, Austria, we have 99% war score. Can we just end this now, please? I'd really appreciate it. If we could just not be in this war anymore, you know, unnecessarily. This is a little ridiculous. Oh, more water in my eyeball. Wonderful. Exciting. It's a good thing the eyeball is literally just a sack of fluids anyway, so... Just a sack of fluids with a few fucking dealy bobs running through it. A few strands of sinew, basically. Oh my goodness. This is 99%. Well, how are they all at high enthusiasm? They're all full occupied. So I don't understand how they're all at high enthusiasm. They're all literally full occupied. The only reason we're only at 99% war score is because they still have an army somewhere. As for where, I have no fucking clue. But they're somewhere. And now my subject is disloyal again. Jesus. Oh. Lithuania sent me 43 ducats. Thank you, Lithuania. It's very kind of you. I love that when they send you the money, they literally tell you why, and this is just like, oh, well, it's because the leader of Poland is a naive enthusiast. Like, oh. Cool. He sent me money because he's naive? It's a little harsh to say about the man. I mean, he's just giving, just giving his friends some money. I mean, come on now. Don't have to be naive to give your friend some money. Oh, Austria, if you think I'm gonna transfer any of these occupations to you, you're fucking insane. I'm not gonna let you conquer more land. Are you fucking kidding me? I realize you're my ally, but you're fucking huge. You don't need to be growing anymore. You've eaten enough, Austria. Protestant zealots. Isn't it a Protestant province and a Protestant nation? Yes and yes. So why do they have Protestant zealots if they're already Protestant? I don't understand this game sometimes. Just like, oh, you're this religion? Oh, that province is that religion? Oh, we're gonna spawn some rebels of that religion in that province that is of that religion that your nation practices. Because that makes total sense. We're gonna do that. Makes zero sense whatsoever. Why the hell are you standing on me, making me suffer ridiculous amounts of attrition, Spain? Get the fuck out of here. Nobody asked you to be here. Get the fuck out. Jiminy Christmas. Oh shit, my allies in this war are taking care of my subjects' rebels for them. Alright, back home we get. I don't have to kill those. Thank you, all of Europe. I appreciate you. Thank you for your generous contribution to the Juiciest Poor Foundation. Okay, what is this you've just sent me now? Oh, let's see here. If it would ever load on my screen, oh my goodness. Nordy!
So, one of the companies produced one for each NHL mascot.
Mm-hmm.
With like fake gaming card whatnot stats.
Mm-hmm.
And then, as that one is, they made a like cracked ice sparkle parallel.
Okay.
So I finally got the wild one on my own.
Nice, nice.
It avoided me for way too long. Had like a good like 60% of the entire set. I'm like, okay, but like the wild one, please.
How long you been looking for it?
I mean, I could have bought it for like 30 cents off my work's website, but that's not the point.
Yeah, no. Well, where's the fun in that?
Indeed.
It's way more fulfilling when you find it on your own.
Or pull it.
Yeah, pulling it is the best. It doesn't even matter what kind of cards you're talking about. If you're looking for a specific one, there's nothing that feels better than pulling exactly the thing that you're looking for. It's actually the reason that I went to I just call it the nerd shop, because they have a bunch of shit. I just decided one day that I really wanted to open some packs of Magic cards. So I did.
Which ones did you open now?
I mean, they're not from like the new Dealy Bob. They're from Innistrad Crimson Vow.
Okay, so within like the last year.
Yeah. They're not like the brand new one, but they're still new-ish.
I'm partial to the Norse one they did last year.
And I know.
Kaldheim.
Oh yeah, okay. Because like I haven't opened packs of cards in ages, and I was like, it's been so long. I need to, I need a fix. So I went to the little nerd shop, and I bought some, and opened a bunch of packs, and it's I don't feel fulfilled. I want more. And it's not like I only bought like 2 packs or something either. Hell no. No. I bought 10. And it wasn't enough. But I can't justify spending any more of my money on it. I need to buy new clothes. So the rest of my money needs to go to that. I can't justify any more cards.
Well, you can live vicariously through me.
I can, that's true.
No, check Discord.
Huh?
Check Discord.
Oh, excuse me. Oh my god, I need to bring up the menu so that this isn't just constantly oh, you're currently live on Discord. Oh god.
You ready for this?
Hold on, it's still loading. I'm streaming, so my internet is like... Oh god, what do you mean, select output? No. No, I want to watch his stream, not... Oh, never mind, I am watching your stream. I'm just an idiot.
Indeed.
Can't sorry stream, but watching card pack openings is more important. I like the ability to flip the card over and see the back. I'm a fan of that.
Yeah.
A rookie redemption for the Eastern Conference.
Fucking nice.
So that's the fun part.
So do you get to like choose a specific one, or do you just get like a random one?
It's one. They're unannounced, and they choose one and then announce it. So
Okay.
nobody knows which one it's going to be. But here's the fun part, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in each one, there was or two in this case, physical items.
Right.
Now, you combine the digital ones and make a physical item. However, my physical items, I can go like this, hit transfer. They're transferred into my transfer card. Don't judge me on my phone battery.
Well, I'm not judging. Mine looks about like that right now, too.
Okay. I then go to my work account.
Uh-huh.
And hopefully this doesn't take too long for the transfer to go through. Because, come on. Do the thing. They're there.
Oh my
now
God.
I can price them for whatever I want. So, like, the
Okay.
Sharky, I want to price it in line with everyone else, so 0.30 cents. Ooh, it's on the yes. And it's up for sale. Anybody can go to the website and pick up the shirt.
Nice. Holy shit. Okay, I didn't even. That's really cool.
Ideally, it would have been worth more than 30 cents. But
Well, yeah. It's just unfortunate.
the redemption flashy light bulby thing, the lowest one listed is $22.
Oh. See, I have an app on my phone
25,
that, like...
65,
Oh.
69.
Hey, nice. So I have an app on my phone that I was able to scan each one of my cards with the app, and it would tell me like how much each one of the cards is worth and
TCG
all of
player?
that shit. So that was cool, huh?
TCG player?
I mean, there's a handful of apps that claim to do it, but the one I downloaded a bunch of different apps. The one that I have is it's like Dragon Shield.
Okay, I remember hearing about that one too.
Yeah. That's the one that I used. I downloaded a few, and some of them didn't function properly, and other ones, or like some of them required you to like pay a subscription to be able to use the functionality of the app, and I was like, no, that's dumb. Like, not doing that. But I'm able to like put my in the app. I'm able to like scan them, save them in the app, and like put them into different collections and stuff. And I like it a lot.
The only issue I've found with this is that occasionally it will get hung up and you have to reload the app. Which, okay, fine, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it takes just a few seconds, like whatever.
For whatever reason, it doesn't scan like the black magic cards all too well. Just because of the borders and the backgrounds and that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
you manually type in the name and it pops up.
Yeah, the app I was using, or the app that I used, like, it scanned things, like, even, because it obviously uses your camera, and, like, in the camera, like, the card would still be super, like, not, it'd be, like, super fuzzy, like, the camera still hadn't focused on the thing, but it would scan it anyway, and be correct every single time. Even if the camera wasn't focused. It's incredible.
So, where's the button to do this thing again?
And I forgot what it was I was about to say. Hang on. Okay, let me
You should have seen my screen.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Yeah, okay. I can see it now.
Okay, ignore all of my apps. We are going to this one.
Oh, that's a nice looking app, actually. I like that.
Do we need one? Hey, there it is. Found it. Found it. And then, like you were saying, I can have individual lists
Okay.
or whatnot. If I tap on it, it'll even show it.
Yeah, okay.
Kind of cool. But again, it doesn't scan all too well for black or just darker colors.
Well, that part is unfortunate. Yeah, no, the app I use doesn't seem to have any sort of issues with that. Except I discovered that, like, as I was, like, holding my phone not anywhere near any cards, because I'm, like, moving a card off of the stack so I can scan the next one, it would, like, scan my desk and be like, is this a mountains? I'm like, no. That's the corner of my desk. Or it'd be like, is this Tajik? I was like, no, that's my kneecap. Like, like, what is this app doing? It was being silly. Ooh, that's a beautiful card, just for the record.
It is. I have the foil version.
7/7. Oh God, one of each color and two more. Two colorless. Flying. When Tiamat enters the battlefield, if you cast it, search your library for up to 5 dragon cards, not named Tiamat, that each have different names. Reveal them, put them into your hand, then shuffle. I mean, that's nice.
Right?
It's a pretty nice card right there.
And I have the non-foil.
Not to mention just fucking beautiful. Jesus, it's a gorgeous card. That's like, even before I started playing Magic, that was something that drew me to the cards anyways. The art is so fucking good.
Right.
Hello, Bente. How are you doing?
We were talking about the nerdy stuff.
Indeed. Yeah, the art is something that has, like, always drawn me to the cards anyway. And then my brother and his friends taught me how to play, and I fell in love with the game itself. Great, glad to hear, man.
I have a very, very basic understanding of how the game is played, but I am more drawn to the artwork. So I play it all of the, like, try and have one of each of everything in the set.
Yeah, I am very much a collector as well. I love collecting things. And the good thing is that I tend to like to collect things that typically appreciate in value anyway. So I see it as not only a shot of dopamine every time I get the thing I want, but it's also an investment. So, and I can have a lot of fun with it, as long as I take care of them and don't damage them.
You just gave my podcast show host an aneurysm.
What?
So you would have just given my podcast show host an aneurysm.
Why is that?
He refuses to believe that cards can be investments. Because
Why?
technically, blah, 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 he calls them something else, but when you look up the definition of that, like the third word in the definition is investment. Like, well, like, so you're just arguing semantics. Chill.
It doesn't make sense to say that it's not an investment. If you keep them in good condition, then you know damn well other people who have the same sort of car, like the same thing, theirs is going to get damaged, which means that's going to decrease in value, which means yours that's still in good condition appreciates in value. That's by definition an investment.
I think his argument mostly boils down to the fact that he views investments more like paintings or like old buildings or things that get passed on through multiple generations, not that you sold tomorrow.
So it's literally just like his perspective on the word in general.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
fine, fair enough. I'll accept that, I guess.
I refuse to play along with these delusions.
I mean, I accept that he's allowed to have that opinion. That doesn't mean I necessarily agree with his opinion. I can respect your opinion and still tell you you're wrong. Like, I'm not going to tell him that he needs to not have that opinion because it's bad, but no, I'm not gonna tell him that. He can believe whatever he wants. It's a free country. He can believe whatever the hell he's wrong. Everybody has the right to be wrong if they so choose, and he's chosen to be wrong, and that's fine. And I respect his right to do that. So, because it's a fucking investment, honestly. Like, as long as you keep them in good condition, if you keep them in good condition, then they will appreciate in value as other people's copies get ruined. That's why like super old comic books can sell for literally thousands of dollars a piece. Is because everyone else's copies have been ruined. So it's a more rare thing. Like, it's a more rare find. So even the ones that are in bad condition, or not the greatest condition, are still pretty valuable, because there's not many copies that are even still in one piece of some of the older, comic books.
Or certain key issues, more so.
Oh, of course. Especially if it's, like, the first issue of, like, a major character. Like, the very first ever issue of Flash Comics.
Action Comics number 29? 39.
Like...
Which is... One of the two. I said Action Comics number 29, or is it 39? One of those. The first issue of Batman.
Oh, of Batman? It was... I believe it was... issue 36. I will Google it, though, to make sure that I'm not lying to everyone. First appearance of Batman. You were right. It was Detective Comics number 27. So, and it was back in May of 1939.
That's what I was thinking, 39.
Yeah. So it's Detective Comics issue number 27 from March 30th, 1939. So it's a long ass time ago. A very, very old book. I'm pretty sure if you can get like a mint condition, or if you have like a mint condition of that, you could probably easily get $1 million off of it, honestly. Like, especially, like, collectors especially, like, hardcore collectors of anything are willing to pay exorbitant amounts of money for things.
Especially if you get it professionally graded and it has a good grade.
Exactly.
I work in the industry, I get it. I don't have to like it.
But yeah, people will pay so much money for that stuff. Like I have a bunch of comic books. I've read them all, but like I keep them in like plastic, like, I hate to use the word cases because it's like a sleeve.
Yeah.
So it's like a plastic sleeve with a piece of cardboard behind it.
Bag and board, sure.
Yeah. Just to, keep them in good condition. That's not to say I didn't read them, because I did. I read them all. So I enjoyed them before I packaged them. Yeah. Because it's an investment at the end of the day. Like, I wanted the comics for my entertainment, but at the same time, I know the potential value. And I'm just not the kind of person that can pass up on the potential value. Like, I see the merit of, collecting. And I just enjoy collecting in general, so I do it. There was a website, actually. I don't think they really do it anymore, at least with the packages that I bought. But the website that I used, you used to be able to buy, like, boxes of comics at a time. So they would just they would just give you a weight of comics, and you could choose the type of comic you wanted, like DC Comics, Marvel Comics. If you wanted specifically Batman, like a specific character, you could do that as well. And they didn't really even have a bias for, like, the way that they selected, because they would literally just go into their storeroom, randomly grab like 6 pounds worth of that kind of comic book, put it in a box, and ship it to you. And it would all be different issues, so you wouldn't end up with multiple of the same issues in one box. And like, I ordered like 5 or 6 of those boxes. And in each one of those boxes, I got at least one comic book that is currently valued, or that was at the time valued for at least a couple $100. And the boxes were only selling the boxes for like $20 for like 6 or 8 pounds of fucking comic books at a time. So it's an investment.
But they're not, though.
But they are, though.
Tell me about it.
Comic books, any sort of trading card, like, it's an investment. As long as you take care of them and you keep them in good condition, they will eventually start to appreciate in value, and one day will be worth fuckloads of money.
Depending on what's on them. Or
Right.
The player, athlete, figure, game,
Right.
etc.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a variety of things that determine whether or not, or like what the value is. But pretty much no matter what, it will at least slightly appreciate in value. Like, I'm not saying every comic is one day going to be worth millions, but
Sure.
you know,
That's where
We've heard and both said, for example, any of the athletes can go out tomorrow and get into a DUI accident or kill their girlfriend or do other proclivities that are illegal and tank their value. However, the joke being that Pikachu can't tear his ACL.
No, but in the anime, he did attack a Porygon and cause a bunch of kids to have a seizure, or to have seizures. Yes. That episode never aired in America because a shitload of Japanese kids, when the episode aired in Japan, had seizures. So they didn't ever air the episode in America. And the episode was completely banned. And for whatever reason, they banned Porygon from ever appearing in the anime again. Even though it wasn't even Porygon that caused the seizures in the first place. It was the animation from Pikachu's attack that was creating a strobe effect, which caused the seizures. There's also another banned episode where a person literally points a gun to Ash's head. So...
I think the Porygon episode has aired in the US, however, heavily edited. No more flashy strobe lights.
That's possible. But they banned Porygon from ever appearing in the anime again, even though it wasn't actually Porygon's fault. I mean, what were they going to do? Ban Pikachu? You know, ban their fucking mascot?
Right.
But they shouldn't have banned Porygon either. Wasn't even the poor thing's fault.
Who played George Costanza's mother, Estelle, as well as the voice actress for Miss Potato Head in Toy Story, has passed away at the age of 93. 93 is a pretty damn good run, though.
I was gonna say, at least she lived a damn long life. Like, that's a good long time. And honestly, good for her for making it to that age. That's not an easy feat. I mean, I'm only going on 29, and sometimes I think I'm just gonna drop dead tomorrow.
You see...
But I also have congestive heart failure, so it's actually possible.
I was going to say, once you hit really about the age of 30, 35, getting out of bed every morning damn near sounds like sex noises, you're like...
Oh, that's already a problem for me.
Oh, God.
I was very heavily abused throughout the first half of my life, so my body is not what it should be.
Sure.
So yeah, it's like all sorts of popping and like I'll like pull a muscle getting out of bed.
See, and I've done that, but you know what's worse? Being asleep and pulling a muscle in your knee.
Yeah. I
waking up with it fucking ripped. I'm like, that's just wonderful. Thanks, knee.
I have really bad hypertension in my legs. And quite often I will wake up to just incredible pain in my calf as the hypertension is, doing the thing that it does. And that is the worst way I've ever woken up. It's awful. I have really bad hypertension. Apparently, I have potassium and magnesium deficiencies. So, yeah, it's a bit of an issue apparently. I didn't realize that I had a potassium deficiency because, I consume a lot of potassium. Well, I used to. I don't now, but I was consuming a lot at the time that I was having the hypertension issues. I haven't had that issue in a long time. I also haven't had like significant amounts of potassium in a long time. So I don't know what the hell is happening, but that's what I was told by the doctor, was that it was caused by a potassium and magnesium deficiency. But I was also told by the doctor that I was having panic attacks, only to find out later that I was actually having heart attacks. So doctors are not exactly the kind of people that I just, even though they're a doctor and I should be able to trust them, I don't. So at this point, I refuse to take a single doctor's word for it in virtually any situation. I have to get at least a second doctor in to either confirm or deny the previous doctor's hypothesis. Because that's what it is. Until multiple studies have been done, multiple experiments have been performed, it is simply a hypothesis. It's a theory. Work the method. Come back to me when you have multiple people who have come to the same conclusion. I mean, they're doctors. It's medical science. They're literally scientists. Run the experiments. And I don't know what kind of experiments you would run to find out about hypertension in a person's leg, but I'm not a doctor, so I don't know.
I mean, post-mortem, I could see a lot of ways to test that, but that doesn't really help.
No, it doesn't help me, a living human person. But yes, actually, that's where a lot of our initial medical knowledge came from, was studying cadavers. That's actually where, like, I mean, I'm sure you know all this information. That's where our understanding of where all the organs are and what they look like came from. It was literally cadavers.
Like, you could find a vein near the foot and then spray like a fucking high pressure whatever and watch it spit out through the knee.
Mm-hmm.
The top of the knee.
Yep.
Like, cut off a leg right at the kneecap type dealy.
Yeah.
Make like a leg water gun.
Jesus.
But, I mean,
How dare you make me laugh at that?
Hollywood research. I'm sure, like, for like the super zombie whatever's where a leg gets bitten off. Like, well, it sprayed too much. No, you got to reduce that down. Oh no, it didn't spray enough.
Yeah.
It's definitely worth more.
Yeah. I do shit like that all the time. Like, I'll be watching a movie. It's a real problem. Like, when I'm watching movies or TV shows with other people, because I tend to annoy them. Because, like, I will point out things that are just wrong. While the content is still going. Like, I won't even pause. I'll just talk. And it annoys people. Because they're like, just enjoy the fucking show, will you? Like, you don't need to point out the fallacies and the inconsistencies. It's a fucking TV show, man. Just enjoy it. Like, but but that's where most of the fun lies for me.
I'd rather browse IMDb and read the trivia section while watching a show or a movie.
I mean, that sounds like fun too, honestly. I don't know that I've really ever looked at the trivia section for a movie on an IMDb page. Because I normally just, like, every time I've used IMDb, it was simply to find out who was in it. Or, like, what things a specific person has been in. I've never gone down to the trivia stuff.
Missing out.
But yeah, it annoys a lot of people. But my mom is exactly the same fucking way. So when I was living with my mom, we used to annoy the piss out of my stepdad. Because she and I would be on opposite ends of the couch with him in the middle. And we would be talking and discussing the show or the movie. And he would be in the middle, like, grunting and sighing. Because he's like, just shut up and watch the damn thing. Because he's very much that kind of person. Like, just watch it and enjoy it for what it is. But the one thing he will join in on is, like, if you see an actor or an actress in a show or a movie and, like, trying to remember who they are and what other things they've been in. That's like one of his favorite things in the world is to like remember all the other things that the person was in and list them off. He loves that shit. So that's how I would always get around it. I would just ask him about a character and what other shit they were in, and immediately he'd go into thinking mode. Like, without a moment's hesitation, immediately into thinking mode. And he'd think for a couple minutes, which gave my mom and I time to discuss what was happening, and then we'd get a list from Sean about what things the person was in. And that's how I got him off our back. I was basically just distracting him like he was a child. And it worked every time. It was great. Oh, I need to take tech. Yeah, okay. Oh, my aggressive expansion isn't actually that bad. Fuck, dude. Oh, that's my vassal. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I thought that was Russia. I was like, what? Allied to Russia? Piece of shit. What?
See, I think you only get two choices. You can ally with Russia or like pierogies.
I like pierogies. Oh, I have a truce
really
with
much
this
could
person.
eviscerate a pierogi right now.
Oh, me too. I could eviscerate like 30 of them. I haven't had a pierogi in a long time. I want some fucking pierogies.
But do you have special edition pierogies?
What the fuck do you mean special edition pierogies?
See, so I have the regular batch of pierogies, you know, like the Mrs. T's or the whatever store-bought brands you can find it, right? And then in the freezer, I have a batch that Grandma made, and those are only special times, birthdays, 4th of July. Right?
I understand.
No, not just anybody gets a Grandma pierogi.
I fully understand that. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. That makes tons of sense. I don't have any of those. I don't even have pierogies. Like I just want some pierogies.
Lady, we need pierogi.
Like the last person that like made fresh pierogies that I ate was my mom's ex-husband. And that was back in like 2002. Like,
So, that's what you're saying.
yeah, it's been a long time since I've had a fresh pierogi, like a freshly made pierogi. And yeah, that's not to say I haven't eaten pierogies since then, but they've been store-bought pierogies. Which are decidedly not as good. Still good, but decidedly not as good. Just gonna declare this war, 'cause fuck it. So yeah. I want pierogies. It's been way too goddamn long, honestly. The last time I actually very clearly remember the night that I had freshly made pierogies for the last time. Because I also had sherbet ice cream. Like out of those little cups with the wooden thing. So good. Was just a young lad. Fuck it, I'll just build more fucking dealy bob. Build more thingamajiggy. Marketplaces. Those. You know, the things. The things that increase trade value in provinces and stuff. Or trade strength or whatever. I don't fucking know. You know, they do the thing. Okay, well, I need to use the restrooms, so I'll be right back. Alright. I have returned. Oh, man. Alright, where were we? Oh, yeah. War. War with, Kallenberg here. Who all are we with again? Kallenberg, Cologne, and Mainz. Alright, well, Mainz getting a bit big for his britches anyway. Need to break that up. So that's fine. What does our aggressive expansion actually look like? Mine's... The people that I'm attacking right now are basically the only people I really have any substantial aggressive expansion with anyway. Well, I mean, other than, you know, Sweden, but fuck Sweden, who cares? We have a truce with them anyhow, so it's not gonna make a difference. We got truces with half the world, that's fine, beautiful. I'm okay with that. Can't join a coalition if they're in a truce. Or if they have a truce, so... Fuck them. Yeah, okay, we're gonna... We're gonna take this province, for sure. I think we're gonna give it to our subject here, though. We're gonna give it to Brunswick, because it is... This is a reconquest war, anyway, for their province, so... We'll take that for sure. I don't know that we'll do anything with Cologne, honestly. And we might even take a province or two from Mainz. Probably mostly just force them to spit some people out. I think that would be okay too. Just force them to spit out a couple nations. You know, weaken them up a bit. Create a few more small tags that'll be easy to gobble up fast. I mean, there's not really a whole lot of nations left here in the HRE, because, you know, Austria decided to do the thing. And, you know, for anybody who's here who might not know, they also have France as a junior partner, so Austria is redonkulously strong. They're also allied to everyone under the goddamn sun. Great Britain, myself, Lorraine, Salzburg, Spain, and Mulhouse. So this is basically all, this is all that's left of the HRE. So there's not a whole lot of tags left here, and we're allied to Austria, so they can't join a coalition anyway. So honestly, worrying about a coalition feels kind of nonsensical. I don't feel like we really need to worry about it, because Austria is so fucking strong. Even if a coalition did form and fire, they'd probably defend us at this point. They also owe us a considerable number of favors, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 94. So, yeah. I don't think we're going to worry a ton at this point about aggressive expansion. Because again, there's not a whole lot of nations here. Plus we have Austria and France to back us up. And we're allied to Lithuania as well. So we got some decent... Well, we're literally allied to, by far, the most powerful nation in the world. Just look at this fucking development difference between Austria and the Ottomans. It's a huge difference right there. Massive difference. It's insane to me. Oh, right. Institution. How's that coming along? It's coming along pretty well. We should be able to embrace that in no time. Alright, because it spawned literally right here. So... Oh, Salzburg exists again, huh? Or did that always exist? I don't feel like it did. I feel like Bavaria had eaten it at one point. But maybe I'm wrong. Guess we could check the province history. Abandoned their old faith and became a Hussite. No, okay, it was never conquered, apparently. Yeah. Interesting. I thought it was. But apparently I'm just dumb. Okay. Let's see. We could take this, but we probably want to catch up, especially in Diplo, we want to catch up in tech. Feel like that's a little bit more important than taking an idea. Okay, so yeah, give me the 50 admin points. Hell yeah. Why would I ever not take the free points? That would be ridiculous if someone chose to not just take free points. Alright, what is this? National Bank. These Bank of England? Arqui? Arqui 9. Okay, this is the name of the person who did the thing. Who put this in here. The establishment of a bank has given us a reputation of seriousness and reliability. It has also allowed our government a much greater flexibility in raising funds for warfare. Control of inflation. Lose 5 inflation? Bruh. I have literally 0 inflation. That's so much inflation loss. I wish there was a way that I could just increase inflation right now. But this increases corruption. If this was 5 corruption, dude, we would debase currency a couple times. We don't really need either one of those, but I'll take the stability and the money. Thanks. Okay, so this we apparently already did. Okay, beautiful. So, build province improvements, manufactories. That one. Just do the best one. It's not hard. Do the thing. I clicked the button, so register it. Thank you. This is not a difficult task. Are they over here? Yeah, okay. Makes sense. It's logical. I respect it. I mean, they're gonna die, but I respect it anyway. We're losing money. What? Oh, this one. Okay. I was confused there momentarily. I was like, where? Thought I smelled burning for a moment there. It's like, where the hell? What the hell is burning? No, I'm just crazy. That's all that's happening there. I'm just crazy. It's not burnt toast. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I'm not smelling burnt toast. I'm not having a stroke. I promise. It's not a thing that's happening. Not right now, anyway. Not a thing that's happening. 33. Anyway, I had to throw that out there. In that moment, I had been streaming for 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds. Right, that's where I was at in the stream. That's where I was. Boom, done. Did the thing. You're welcome. Get rid of those, because nobody cares. Spend more money on the economy. What does this do again? Province governing cost. This I feel like would be really good actually to put in like super high dev provinces. Yeah. Like this for instance looks pretty good. Frees up 5 dev 5 governing cap. You know what? We'll build one. Why the fuck not? We'll do it. We'll do the thing. We will do the thing. Needed to move my chair a little closer. It was really far away. I had to like lean in to be up near my microphone. Okay. Don't care that they took a decision. Honestly, could not care less. Hmm. Okay. We're getting close to admin tech. Nope. You don't get the peace offer you want. You get the peace offer I want. That's the way this is gonna work. You're just gonna have to deal with it. Okay. It's out of curiosity. Oh, I can't actually even click on anything over here because I can't take it. Because I don't have the fort siege down yet. So if I were to do this and this, that's 20 aggressive expansion. That's kind of a lot, actually. Oh, but it's fine because this is a reconquest anyway. So really, this is revoke cores. Or no. Wait, this is reconquest. Why can't I click the return core? Oh, is it because I don't have a siege down? That would make sense. Can I click it now? Now that I have it sieged? I can. Okay. So that's 0 aggressive expansion for that now. Wait. Oh, that's for this. I don't feel like that's what I declared for, is it? Reconquest of Hoya. No, it's not. Oh, is it because it's their capital, so I can't actually do return core from a capital? Is that what that is? That would make sense. That would make some sense. I feel like I could accept that explanation. Probably. A lot more than whatever the other thing was that I said. I already forgot. It was something, though. Words were said in an order that apparently didn't make any sense. To even myself, because I corrected me. Sure. Alright, let's see. You know, we'll just save the money for now. I feel like we're making a decent amount right now, yeah? Yeah, 9 ducats. Beautiful. Okay. I mean, 9 ducats while in this war. Like, yeah. I'm content with that. Wait, they stayed? Thought they would have left. Apparently, they're just dumb. Gave them more credit than they deserved, apparently. Yeah, get rid of that. Let's see. Very close. Alright. Because I'm waiting on tech. I'm starting to fall behind in tech, and I would like to, you know, not have that happen. So, I'm willing to wait to finish filling out an idea group to instead take a level of tech. Where are they retreating to? Maybe here? I have no idea where they would be retreating to. Probably somewhere down here because they don't actually control these provinces anymore. So this province here would actually, is my assumption, is that they're headed here. What? Oh, it's already sieged. Oh, what am I doing? No, just come here. It's fine. Help siege that down. These colors are extremely similar. So, I didn't even realize that it had already been... Ooh, there we go. Printing press. How much would that cost for us to embrace it right now? Oh, we can't anyway. It's fine. Oops, wrong button. Game. Oh, it's the first, so... There we go. Alright, and then next we will be taking... we'll be filling out the next thing in the idea group. And we'll probably take a couple of things in the idea group before we take the next tech, honestly. Just gonna get rid of that. And this. And this. And that. Just gonna get rid of all of the things. We don't need any of them. They're not necessary. None of this is needed. Oh, you little devil. You little rascal. Managed to escape. No one escapes my wrath. Okay, let's see here. Production. Ugh, none of that's really good. Okay, so what are they just gonna head right back to that same fort? Let's go ahead and head over there as well. Catch him out and him again. Oh. Ruler died, so our 535 is in charge now. Congratulations. But now we need to... we need to remarry people. Oops, this is wrong. I want the planet. There we go. We got a consort that isn't a von Habsburg, so we won't end up in that sort of situation again. Royal married. Austria. Okay, yeah, no, they don't have the same dynasty. Okay. And then we can't actually marry Trier, who has grown. Oh my goodness, look at you go. My beautiful boy. Oh my gosh. I'm so proud of you. Oh, look at him, he's so cute. He's doubled in size. I'm so proud. Okay, so we still can't take that anyway. Okay, it's fine. We'll just siege it down and be happy with life. Wow, he's really not going for this fort, is he? Or is he just going this way? Like an idiot. Like a dummy. He's probably going the dummy head way. Yeah, see, look at him go. He's doing the dummy thing. He's being an idiot. A stupid head. Yeah, it was a good point. I'll take the points. I'm perfectly happy with the points. Perfectly content. No. The only peace that shall exist is the peace that I am willing to give. Not the peace that you wish for. But the peace that I offer. It's the only one that exists. Okay, discovery is spreading. No. No, I'm not putting an heir of your dynasty on my throne. It's simply not a thing that's happening, Austria. And I'm not sorry about it either. It's not a thing that's happening. I'm not putting a von Habsburg in there. I straight up refuse. Oof, babbling buffoon. Ugh. Buddy boy. Your stats are so good. Your numbers are fantastic, but geez, Oh, royal marriage offer from Lithuania. Yeah. Royal marriage. There we go. I had almost forgotten about Lithuania. I mean, I actually had forgotten about Lithuania, but, you know, it's not nice to say that, so just say I almost forgot. I was close. No, I straight up forgot. Fuck that bitch. Right in the ass. Anyway, yeah, so spaghetti is delicious, and so is... Ooh, chicken fried rice sounds really good. Could really go for some chicken fried rice. Bruh. It sounds delicious right now, actually. Could totally go for some chicken fried rice. Yum. Welp. Guess who's ordering Chinese tomorrow? Oh boy. Wow, you really gonna chase him all the way? You know what? Good on you, buddy. Good on you. Oh, you're not anymore. You gave up. Okay. Whatever, man. It's fine. I get it. I do. I really get it. Yeah, we're really close to Diplotech. Trade range doesn't really matter. Diplotech. How many years ahead of time? 9. Okay. So far ahead of time. Okay, so a church in a place, a barracks in a place, or production. We're gonna go with the barracks in the place. Barracks, yeah, there we go. Oh my goodness, alright. Jesus. Mine's is just fucking booking it. They're like, no! Run away! Wait, where is Ansbach? Oh, it's owned by Bavaria. Okay, I would like to reach down and touch it. 'Cause I want it. I want it. It needs to be mine. Oh, they're allied to Denmark, Poland, and Bar. Denmark, Poland, and Bar. So he's an alcoholic asshole. Got it. Gonna just Bar and Danes are assholes anyway. Wait, so I know about these two provinces specifically? Oh, wait a minute. Oh! What? I want the knowledge of this. I need this information so bad. I need it. I need that information. Also, why the fuck is Dolkadir still a thing? Allied to Great Horde, who is also a one-province minor. Fattle, and Priapus, who also shouldn't still exist. Also, what is this shape Aquinlu has found themselves in? And why is Sammy still alive? Why is Jared still alive? I'm surprised somebody hasn't shanked him in prison yet. Cuba, come on, man. Seriously. I've been telling you for years now. You need to lay off the booze, buddy. Come on. Lay off the booze. Wow. It looks like Newfoundland lost a war or two to Huron and the Innu. So Pequot. There's a place right around in here, like a little city or a little town right about here-ish called Pequot Lakes. It's where I went to high school. It's a pretty nice little town. I liked it. This is a nice little town. But, you know, I don't live there anymore, so. So there's that. Oh, hey! You pop back up. Let's go to Berlin. Because odds are that's where they're headed. There's a fort there, after all. Not really anywhere else they could go. I mean, unless they went, like, this way. You know, directly to Berlin. That's right, do it. Oh, come on. You don't need my help for this. Are you kidding me? You don't need my help for this. I accept, but you don't need my help for this. Oh, yeah, okay. Coward. Let's just head down this direction. No. Why'd you stop? You spent all that time chasing him earlier, only to run away now that you had an opportunity to kill him. Okay. We're gonna head that direction. No. It's okay. I would have backed you up. Or are you only gonna hunt him now because I'm hunting him? Is that what's happening here? You're just like, oh yeah, I'll join this party. Is that what that is? Probably. He's just over here like, yeah, I got this. Fucking asshole. Peace offer from mines? Not it. The only peace that will happen is the one that I offer you. It's just the way that's gonna go. Alright, I'm just gonna set an arbitrary place for that to go to. Let's see. Okay. Oh, there it is. They got caught out finally. Ignore that, go here. Disregard my previous order. Come over here. There we go. Finally. Finally they got caught. After running all over Austria, they finally got caught. About goddamn time. Now they just need to die. Oh, excuse me. Alright. Now that cup is empty while this battle is taking forever and a year. Because time isn't moving forward. I will switch these cups around. Oops, wrong button. Game? Okay. There we go. Now we finish committing mass murder. I mean, that's basically what war just is. There's not much else that you could really call it. It's just mass murder. That you can do legally. Come on. Yeah, this is gonna result in a stack wipe. Or not. What? Thought they, okay, well it's a stack wipe regardless, but I thought they had no morale. That was weird. Okay, honestly, I think I'm ready to peace out of this war now, so I think I'm gonna sever peace people out. Let's see, what does the aggressive expansion look like if I take these three? Oh, I can't anyway, and that's a lot. Maybe taking land from them isn't a good idea. Let's just force them to release a nation or two. A nation. And return a core to Thuringia. Return a couple of cores to Thuringia. Give me money. 69 peace value. We can't go any higher than that. It's against the law. Okay. Let's see. Move them. No, up here where there's actually a higher fucking thing. Oh, I forgot to have him return the core to Brunswick, which was, you know, the whole point. Whoops. Okay, well, this is what we actually declared for here. So that will go to Brunswick. And maybe this will as well. We'll see what the aggressive expansion looks like for taking this province. 19. It's not terrible. Oh, I'll do that. Oh, I still need to wait 3 more days for fucking dude to get back. Come on, man. Let's just get to the 4th. So that I can eat this nation. Oh, for a moment there my heart skipped a beat. I thought I accidentally pieced out of the whole war for just that one province. There we go. Beautiful. So, I think that's actually where we're gonna call it for tonight. I think I'm gonna be done. Yeah. I still have a few things that I need to do before I go to bed anyway. And it's, what, going on 2 a.m.? Yeah, it is 2 a.m. Alright, so, doesn't look like there's anybody in the chat, but anybody who, I don't even know if I've actually been, or if I'm actually uploading these to YouTube or not. But yeah, anybody who's gotten here, you're a fucking legend. Thank you. And we'll see you next time.